Okay, sweet. I don't know. I think it's working. Fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's working. It's working, bro. Cool, man. Sweet. Oh, shit. Yeah. Let's watch a video.
The American Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone. The only reason I know about it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I have taken this picture? But anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
Dude, right?
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Boone.
3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, we ran a stop sign. And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Friend, find you back.
Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
Something about this seems off, and all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026,
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There is only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over, and saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe, a reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct a search of your person because there are illegal substances in the vehicle. Really?
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie.
Yeah,
so the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there.
Yeah.
None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross, Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's report, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you.
Hell yeah.
If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But
Damn,
if you want
dude,
to
get
see
better
part
soon,
3,
bro.
subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors, but part 3 is when they start accusing me of felonies. So it gets insane. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to crank out videos in the meantime until part 3 is done. But thanks for all the support, and let's find Brian's Legos.
Look, smacks you, my dog. Look, smacks you, my dog. What the fuck, dude?
On an evening in September of 2017, a woman living in Massachusetts came home from work to an empty house. Her boyfriend was gone, but she saw that his wallet and his phone were still right there on the counter, and also on the kitchen table were 3 fairly conspicuous envelopes. Confused, she walked over to the envelopes and she began to open them. One of them was her boyfriend's last will and testament. Another was a note that was for her. And the third was a letter that was addressed to the family of a woman who had been murdered 25 years earlier. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to file the like button's taxes for them. But don't do their taxes and simply throw their documentation in the trash. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
Right in the trash. Throw it right in the trash. Closing time.
On the afternoon of April 15th, 1992, a 24-year-old woman named Lisa Ziegert drove through the quiet suburban streets of Agawam, Massachusetts. And eventually, she pulled into a shopping plaza in the center of town, which was full of shops and restaurants and bars. So Lisa was a teacher's aide at the local middle school. And while teaching was definitely her passion, the reality was being a teacher's aide did not pay very well. So, to earn some extra money, she also worked the evening shift at a store called Brittany's Card and Gift Shop, which sold things like birthday cards and stuffed animals and music boxes. As she drove through the lot looking for a parking space, she passed by a chicken restaurant where her friend Ed Borgatti worked. So Ed shared a house with Lisa's boyfriend, Blair Masoya, as well as Lisa's sister, Lynn. So the 4 of them were all pretty close. And so as Lisa found her spot and parked her car and got out, she thought about popping into the restaurant to say hi to Ed, who was also working that day. But when she checked her time, she thought better of it, and instead she just walked straight to the gift store to start her shift. A few hours later, around 7 p.m., Lisa sat behind the counter at the gift store, humming along to the song that was playing on the overhead speakers. Lisa was the only employee on duty during the evening shifts, and she was there until the store closed at 9 p.m. And working alone so late at night definitely made her a little bit anxious. And, she did every now and again have issues with problem customers. And so she was just always kind of a bit on edge, especially considering, some rowdy people often came out of the pool hall that was just a few doors down, and they sometimes came in the shop and were just kind of a handful. And on top of all that, there was something else going on that Lisa actually couldn't quite explain. Lately, she'd been having this weird feeling that somebody was watching her through the windows of the store. So as Lisa is sitting behind the counter, feeling, very anxious and sort of stressed about the night, she hears the sound of the door to the shop opening. There was a bell above the door that jingled every time the door opened. And so she whipped around to see who it was, and she was very relieved to see that it was actually just her older sister Lynn, not some random customer who might be a problem. Lisa was really close with Lynn, and sometimes her sister would just stop by to chat and keep Lisa company, especially during her evening shifts. So Lynn walked in and asked Lisa how things were going, and Lisa said it was fine. And then eventually she sort of shifted the conversation to how, Lisa was still sort of upset that she had not been able to land a full-time teaching job yet. She told Lynn that what she really wanted here was just, a teaching job that paid better than what she had now, so that she could quit this gift store job. Not only because this late night shift really creeped her out, but also because she'd be able to spend more time with her boyfriend Blair if she just had this full-time teaching job instead of splitting these two jobs. And so the two sisters continued to chat for about a half an hour, and then Lisa walked Lynn to the door and waved goodbye. And as Lisa watched her sister drive away in her car, Lisa suddenly became aware of the fact that the parking lot of this plaza was really full tonight. And there were lines of cars, people honking at each other, trying to get, the few remaining spots. And as Lisa stood there in the gift shop's doorway, she looked over and saw that the owner of the carpet shop next door, James Dent, was closing up. And James, he looked over, saw Lisa, and he made a comment about how crazy the parking lot was tonight. And Lisa was like, yeah, it gets pretty busy at night, but this is even, crazier than usual. After that, the two said goodbye and they went their separate ways. And Lisa, she turned right around and went back inside the gift store. About an hour later, around 8:20 p.m., Lisa rang up a customer at the counter. She handed the customer his change and his receipt and told him to have a good night. And then once he was gone, she went into the back room to take inventory before closing. After such a long and stressful day, Lisa was really glad that her shift was nearly over. In about 40 minutes, she was going to close up the shop and then maybe walk over to see if Ed was still working at the restaurant, chat with him for a bit, and then head home. But just then, Lisa heard the sound of that bell on the door, which meant somebody was coming in. So she stepped out of the back to see who it was.
And then, how to film
the next morning, so April 16th, 1992,
I thought I had a pretty
Detective
good gimbal,
Wayne Macy of the Agawam Police Department stepped.
The gimbal ended up sucking really bad because, man, I think the guy I bought it from just was just trying to rip somebody off, honestly, which sucks, but I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Into Brittany's card and gift shop. When he got in there, he saw that there were already officers from his department putting up crime scene tape and taking photos of the scene. One of the officers came over to Macy to fill him in, and they explained that morning, one of the employees from this gift shop had called 911. And what she said is she got to work that morning to start her shift at the gift shop, and right away when she arrived, she noticed something odd. She saw one of her coworkers, Lisa Ziegert, who normally worked the night shift and closed the shop down. She saw her car was out in the parking lot, and so that was odd because she shouldn't be here. She works at night. And then this woman who ultimately called 911, her name is Sophia, she went up to the storefront and found the door was unlocked. And also when she stepped inside, all the lights were on and the overhead speakers were still playing. And so, Sophia's thinking, that's odd, is Lisa working this morning or something? But she searched the whole store and Lisa was nowhere to be found, even though all her belongings were still in the store. And so ultimately, she called the police. The officer also told Macy that they had already spoken to the man who owned the shop right next door, the carpet shop. And the owner of that store said he had actually spoken to Lisa the night before around maybe 7:30 p.m. And at the time, she was acting totally normal, seemed very happy. They were just talking about, how hectic the parking lot was that night. Detective Macy asked the officer if anyone had been in touch with any of Lisa's family or friends to see if anybody had heard from her or seen her. And the officer said that they had been in touch with those people and that no one had seen or heard from her since last night. Additionally, the officer said that Lisa's roommate had said Lisa never came home. And she also had not shown up to her other job at the middle school that morning where she was a teacher's aide. At this point, the officer told Macy that hey, you just got to come in the back of the store because what we found in there make it really obvious that what we're dealing with here is foul play. So Macy said, all right, lead the way. And he followed this officer into the back room of the shop. And as soon as he looked inside, his heart sank. There were all these cardboard boxes in the back room that had been sort of flattened, like one or maybe multiple people were laying on all these boxes, and there was blood all over the boxes. And so based on this, it seemed pretty apparent to Macy and the other officers that, if Lisa is not here right now, but her things are here, her car is here, like she didn't disappear voluntarily. Like all the initial evidence suggests that she was taken away by force. As Macy was walking around this small back room, he noticed there was actually a back door that had been left partially open that no officers had touched. So this is how it was left. And he walked over and he opened this door and he saw this door led to this narrow back alley that ran behind the building. Also, as Macy was looking at this back door, he looked down and he saw what appeared to be, pretty obvious scuff marks across the ground, as if maybe somebody had been dragged and their shoes had sort of scuffed the ground on the way out. And so Macy stepped into this back alleyway to see if there was any nearby security cameras that could have potentially captured whatever happened back here the night before, but he didn't see any. So he left the alley and he went to the front and he began going to the other stores in this plaza to see if any of them had cameras that potentially faced like the front of the shop. But Macy was very disappointed to learn that none of these shops had security cameras. So there was going to be no footage of whatever happened here. And so at this point, Macy knew this was going to be a really challenging case to solve. Because he had no eyewitnesses, at least not right now, and no security camera footage, it meant there was no clear, easy way to try to figure out what the assailant looked like, or what their car could have looked like, or even what direction they might have gone. Like he had nothing. And so Macy went right to his car, he grabbed his radio, and he called dispatch, and he told them to right now send out search teams, police dogs, and scour every inch of this area for any sign of Lisa. After that, Macy went back inside the shop to check the cash register.
Thank you for the raid again,
if
bro.
this was a robbery,
Hell yeah,
that
I
very
really
likely
appreciate it, man.
the money would be missing.
Thank you, guys.
But when he got in there and he
I hope the
opened
rest
it
of
up,
your game went
the
good.
cash was still inside. But Macy
Grounded,
knew that
man. That
violent
sounds cool.
attacks by random strangers
that's
was
what-
pretty rare.
I think that's
More
what it was
often than
called,
not, people who get killed or people who get kidnapped, their perpetrator or perpetrators are people they know. At some point, Macy pressed a few buttons on the cash register, and it began to spit out this paper log of all the most recent transactions. And Macy saw that the last purchase, at least as reflected on this register, was made with cash at 8:20 p.m. the night before. And for the first time, Macy actually felt a surge of optimism about this case, because this was a very helpful clue. Since the gift store closed at 9 p.m., this narrowed down the time window significantly. It meant the attack likely happened in the 40 minutes between that transaction at 8:20 and closing at 9 p.m., a time when very few of the other businesses in the plaza were open, except for the restaurants and pool hall. That afternoon, Detective Macy knocked on the door of Lisa's parents' house. The search at the shopping plaza was now fully underway, and a team of officers was already searching Lisa's apartment across town for clues. And in the meantime, Macy wanted to speak to Lisa's family and see if they knew anything. When Lisa's mother opened the door, she looked frantic, but she also seemed relieved that a police officer was finally there to fill her in on what was happening. And so she told Macy to come in, and Macy stepped into a house that was absolutely buzzing with activity. As the detective entered the dining room, he saw that at least a dozen people, most of them around Lisa's age, were gathered around the table. They had this big map spread out on the table and were talking about maybe organizing their own search effort. And then when they saw Detective Macy, they all sort of flocked around him and began peppering him with questions about what happened to Lisa, where is she? Macy told the group, which consisted mainly of friends and some family, that he would speak to all of them one by one, but in an orderly fashion. And he would start with Lisa's mother. The group seemed to understand this and kind of naturally throttled back. And then at that point, Macy took Lisa's mother, they went into the living room, and they sat down to talk. The first question he asked her was, do you know of anybody out there who might have wanted to harm your daughter? And Lisa's mother immediately said, no way. Lisa did not have any enemies. She was quite friendly, very hardworking, and really just stayed out of trouble. And for the rest of this interview, which lasted, another 30 minutes or so, that really was the sentiment that Lisa's mother communicated, that this was like totally unheard of, that anything would happen to Lisa. Like, she never did anything wrong. She had no problems. She had no enemies. Like, I don't know what happened. And so Macy, after speaking to the mother, would also speak to Lisa's father, her 2 sisters, and her roommate. And then also he would speak to her boyfriend Blair and Blair's roommate, Ed Borgatti. Blair seemed really broken up about his girlfriend's disappearance. When Macy asked where he had been the night before, Blair said he was at his mother's home for most of the night, except for a quick trip to CVS. He said he didn't remember the exact time he went there, but he definitely had the receipt back at home. And when Macy spoke to Ed, so Blair's roommate, Ed also seemed really upset about what happened to Lisa. He told Macy that he and Lisa were definitely good friends and they worked near each other in that shopping plaza. And he said he'd actually been working at the chicken restaurant around the same time of Lisa's disappearance. Again, most violent attacks are not committed by strangers. They're committed by people who know their victims. And like here was a potential suspect who not only, knew Lisa very well, but was also just a few hundred feet away when she was attacked and potentially abducted. It just seemed like almost too obvious. So Macy made a note to be sure to look into Ed very thoroughly and see if any of Lisa's friends knew about maybe any tension between those two. However, as Macy would go around and question all of Lisa's friends who were at the house, none of them had anything negative to say about Ed or Blair, and none of them knew anything useful about Lisa's disappearance. However, one of Lisa's friends did say that about a week earlier, Lisa had told her about this feeling she had of being watched while she was at the store. But Lisa hadn't actually said anything about why she felt that way or who she thought was watching her. So even though it was an interesting lead, Macy knew it would be virtually impossible to actually follow up on. And at this point, he was just getting a little frustrated, because not only did he have no eyewitness or security footage of Lisa's abduction, it seemed absolutely no one even had a motive to harm Lisa. In fact, the only useful piece of information he got from all the interviews was from Lisa's sister, Lynn, who said she had stopped by the store about an hour or two before Lisa disappeared. She was able to give Macy a very detailed description of what Lisa was wearing: a denim skirt, boots, and a charm bracelet. And so by the time Macy was leaving the home, he felt really disappointed by how little he had uncovered. He just hoped that the officers in charge of the search effort were maybe having more luck. 3 days later, on the afternoon of Sunday, April 19th, Detective Macy parked at the edge of the woods off Route 75, less than a mile from the gift store. Seconds later, another police cruiser pulled up right behind him. So earlier that afternoon, a man had been out walking his dog in these woods, and he had unfortunately come across a dead body and had called it in. And so Macy, when he heard this, had driven straight over here, thinking this could be Lisa's body. And now, as he got out of his cruiser, he saw there were tire tracks that the man who had called in the body had said he had also seen. He said there were tracks near the body, and so Macy's thinking, okay, I gotta follow these tracks and it will likely bring me to this body. And so Macy, along with 3 other officers, began following these tracks into the trees. But Macy, who was at the front of this group, only took a few steps before his feet literally sank down into the mud to the point where it was up to his ankles. This area would turn out to be extremely swampy, to the point where the officers actually had to walk in each other's footprints in a single file line just to try to navigate this mud. And so into the woods they went, carefully walking in this straight line until the tire tracks began to fade. At this point, Macy and the others looked around and, there was no body where they were and there was no sign of any body or anything unusual. But the man who had found the body had said these tracks sort of aimed in the direction of where the body was found. And so Macy and the others just continued in that single file line, sort of just trudging directly into the woods for hours until finally they did reach this small out-of-the-way clearing. And in the clearing, Macy and the others saw clothing items scattered all over the place. At this point, it was starting to get dark, and so Macy pulled out his flashlight and he shined it around in this clearing. And at some point, his beam of light landed on a woman's body lying right next to a tree. She was partially naked, and some of her clothes that she still had on had been pulled down. so it seemed fairly obvious that she had been sexually assaulted before she died. Also, there were clearly multiple stab wounds all over her body, including one to her throat. And then when Macy crouched down next to her to get a better look, his flashlight reflected off of a charm bracelet on her wrist. Less than an hour later, Detective Macy had to shield his eyes as a floodlight clicked on and threw blinding light all over this clearing he was in. A forensics team had just arrived and fired up their generators so they could work through the night with lights. And also overhead, a helicopter now circled the woods, taking aerial photos of the scene. These woods, at least from Macy's perspective, were such a maze that it seemed very likely that the killer must be a local who knew this area well. And also, if they'd driven through all that mud, Macy figured that whoever they were looking for likely was driving a vehicle with four-wheel drive, like a truck or a Jeep. So he told the forensics team to make a cast of the tire tracks that were left behind near the edge of the road to see if there was anything else they could find out about the vehicle. And then Macy also quietly was sort of crossing his fingers that this forensics team would also be able to hopefully find a trace of the killer's DNA on Lisa's body. A few days later, Macy was sitting at his desk at the police station. The phones in the bullpen were ringing more than usual that day, but Macy was doing his best to shut the noise out and just focus on the reports that were on his desk. The forensics team had found DNA on Lisa's body, and so now Macy had to make a list of all the potential suspects that he would need to collect DNA samples from to see if any of them were a match to the DNA found on Lisa's body. Lisa's boyfriend, Blair, seemed like an obvious suspect, even though none of Lisa's friends or family had known about any problems in their relationship. Blair also had handed over that receipt from CVS that confirmed he was there around the same time that Lisa was abducted. But it would have only taken about, maybe 3 minutes to drive from the CVS to the gift store. So it seemed, completely possible to Macy that, Blair could have attacked Lisa while he was out and just also grabbed the CVS receipt to sort of build an alibi, but a shaky one. Another strong suspect was actually Blair's roommate, Ed. His alibi was that he'd been working at a restaurant right next to the gift store when Lisa was kidnapped, which just seemed way too convenient. And so Macy thought, it was entirely possible that Ed, during his shift, could have snuck over to the shop, maybe killed Lisa right there in the store and then left her there. And then, after his shift was over, because he knows no one's going to be back in that gift shop, he could have gone back over, grabbed the body, disposed of her in the woods, and nobody knows. And on top of that, Ed just so happened to own a Jeep. So now Macy clearly needed to get DNA samples from both Blair and Ed, and also Macy planned to analyze the tires of both of their vehicles to see if either of them matched the tracks from the woods. Suddenly though, the constant ringing of the bullpen phones just became too much for Macy to ignore. And so he stood up from his work, sort of annoyed, and he walked over to see, what was going on. Why are there so many calls happening right now? And one of the officers that was out there said all these calls were for the Lisa Ziegert tip line. Macy was sort of surprised to hear that. He knew the tip line had been set up, but for the past few days, there really hadn't been many calls. But the officer told Macy that, the floodlights in the forest and the helicopters flying over the woods the night before had really caught the attention of the local news. And as soon as word got out that, Lisa's body had been found out there, almost everyone in Agawam seemed to have a theory about what had happened, and now they were calling in their theory. But he said that these tips were sort of all over the map, and there were already dozens of different descriptions of suspicious vehicles or suspicious people that, could be suspects. Macy told the officer to, keep doing his job and to make sure you log all the tips that come in, and that Macy and his team would look through them one by one when they had a chance. And as Macy turned and walked back towards his office and he continued to hear all these phones ringing, he realized his team might have to do a whole lot more DNA comparisons than he'd originally planned on. Because this was the early 90s, there was no way to have one DNA sample like you would find on a body, let's say, and then just put it into a bank and see what turns up. That didn't exist. And so what he's saying is he needs to compare this sample directly to basically all these potential people and hope one of them lines up. One full year later, on a morning in 1993, Detective Macy dug through a cardboard box full of police reports and interview notes. There were dozens of boxes just like this one stacked all over his office, and they were all full of files on the Lisa Ziegert investigation. Macy and his team of detectives had spent the entire past year basically working around the clock on this case, digging into one lead after another, and it had been exhausting. Since Agawam was such a small town, Lisa's murder was all anyone could talk about, and the detectives had received hundreds of tips on Lisa's case. The police station even had to install extra phones to handle all the calls. And no matter how far-fetched the tips seemed, Macy's team looked into each and every one. For example, there was a woman who worked at the all-female gym that Lisa used to go to who had called in and said there was this man who showed up at their gym every day at 3 p.m. and he would buy frozen yogurt from the juice bar. But while he ate the yogurt, he would just stand there and eat it, sort of staring out at all the women. And to this woman, this employee, she felt like he could be the killer. Another tipster had called in and said they actually had seen a police car parked right near the gift store around the time Lisa was abducted. And when Macy heard this, he ordered a DNA test from every single officer in the department, but none matched. There was also another wild theory that Lisa's boyfriend, Blair, apparently had a secret romance with his roommate, Ed. And Ed had apparently killed Lisa because Lisa found out about it. Somebody else had called in and said that their friend had borrowed their car on the day Lisa was killed, and when they returned the car, apparently there were bloodstains in it. So they were basically saying, look into my friend. And then also, there were all these women who called in basically saying their husbands did it. Whether or not there was merit there, wasn't clear, but lots of husbands were getting accused. There were also dozens of tips.
Could you imagine being like that fucking pissed off at your husband? You're just like, hey, yeah, so, motherfucker didn't lift up the toilet seat. Fucking, I think he murdered somebody.
That were just too vague to do anything with. Like people saying that they saw a man in a dark coat or a guy at a bar who looked suspicious. And so at the end of the first year of this investigation, Detective Macy had looked into 400 people of interest, but none of those leads went anywhere. To Macy's disappointment, Blair and Ed, who were really the two most
Man, it's so sad. She looks so young. She looks kind of familiar too. It's like I feel like I know somebody that looks like that.
obvious suspects, were actually ruled out very quickly. Their tires from their vehicles ultimately didn't match the tracks found in the woods, and they'd both given DNA samples, which did not match the DNA found on Lisa's body. And it was hard to get
Dude has a hell of a stash, though, am I right?
samples from all vehicles, ultimately didn't match the
Like, that is a fucking...
tracks found in the woods, and they'd both given DNA samples, which did not match the DNA found on Lisa's body. And it was hard to get samples from all, the rest of the 400 other suspects, especially because in 1993, you needed a pretty significant amount of DNA to run a test. So the police typically made suspects come in and get their blood drawn. And a lot of the suspects just said no to that because they just didn't want to go through the hassle. And since most of the tips that had led to these people of interest were pretty flimsy, Macy didn't have probable cause to get a warrant to force them to do the blood draw. But of the hundreds of suspects who did give their DNA, none matched the DNA found on Lisa's body. And again, there's no bank to just run the sample through to see who else it could be. Like if you don't have somebody to compare it to, you couldn't do it in the early 90s. So, as Macy stood there looking at all those boxes of files that he'd spent months poring over, he had the sinking feeling that maybe the answer was not in there after all. At this point, it was like every tip he had gotten had led him down like an entirely different path than he was on, and he was just more lost and confused than ever. And so he felt like if he was going to actually find Lisa's killer, he needed new evidence or he needed an eyewitness to help point him in the right direction. And so as daunting as it was for Macy to think of this, he knew what he really needed now was actually even more tips. Six months later, in the fall of 1993, so now we are about a year and a half after Lisa Ziegert's murder, Detective Macy stood in the corner of a massive call center in Burbank, California. All around him, dozens of workers sat in cubicles with computers and headsets. And Macy waited with...
Wait, I thought we were in, like... Where the fuck was this shit? What? Dude, I thought we were, like...
nervous anticipation as one by one, their phones began to ring. Macy knew that the very popular TV show, Unsolved Mysteries, which told real stories of unsolved cold cases, was actually airing a segment about Lisa's murder at that very moment. But he wasn't actually watching the show. Instead, he was in the studio's call center to monitor the tip line, in case any viewers at home called in with valuable information on Lisa's case. And sure enough, within a few minutes, every single phone in the call center was ringing off the hook. Macy began to walk around the room and peek over the shoulders of the workers as they took notes on these calls that were coming in. And Macy admittedly was frustrated by what he was seeing. Most of the callers were just repeating this old rumor that Ed Borgatti was the killer, and that more than that, the police knew about it and were covering it up. So the reason for that is Ed actually had been ruled out by DNA evidence pretty early on in the investigation.
Apple pie flavored water.
But the police had decided not to announce that publicly until the case was closed. So the locals came up with a conspiracy theory to explain why Ed, who looked so suspicious from the outside, had never been arrested, that somehow the police were covering it up. Macy had hoped that by having this case be on Unsolved Mysteries, that it would lead to a fresh tip from a credible witness who maybe hadn't come forward yet. But instead, all he was getting was just more rumor and more speculation. In the end, the show generated 212 tips, and none of them led anywhere. And so as the years went on and still no new information came in, Lisa's case just continued to get colder and colder. By the time Detective Macy actually retired in 2003, it had been 11 years since her murder. Yet still, the murder was unsolved. Almost 23 years later, in January of 2015, Anthony Gallooni, the newly elected district attorney, walked down the hallway at the Agawam Police Headquarters. He found the door he was looking for, and he knocked. And a few seconds later, a detective named Mark Pfau opened the door. Gallooni introduced himself and then asked to see all the files on the Lisa Ziegert investigation. Gallooni told the detective that he had grown up near Agawam, and he vividly remembered watching the news coverage of Lisa's murder when he was just 12 years old. And now that he was the DA, solving the cold case was one of his top priorities. Forensic technology had advanced a lot since the early 90s when this case was in its full swing. So Gallooni suggested they just send the DNA sample from Lisa's killer to the lab for phenotyping, which is basically using DNA markers to figure out what a person could look like. So this is not the same thing as putting the DNA into a huge bank and getting an exact match back. It's sort of like building a profile of who this belongs to. And so the DA was very confident that through this process, if they could build a really accurate physical profile of the suspect and cross-reference it against the hundreds of names they had collected over the years in this case, maybe they could finally close in on Lisa's killer. It would take over a year and a half for this process to be completed, but in September of 2016, DA Gallooni held a press conference to announce the results of the phenotyping. And so, during this press conference, a composite sketch of the killer appeared on the screen behind the DA. And
dude, if we put a mustache on that guy, do you think he'd look like the other guy?
All it showed was a Caucasian man with dark hair and either brown or hazel eyes, which does seem like not a whole lot of new information. But remember, this is sort of like
brown-eyed people don't kill people.
This person looks this way. This is not like we think he looks this way. This is what he looks like. And even though none of the investigators on the case actually recognized the face in the sketch, Gallooni hoped that somebody in the public, from this press release, would recognize him. So after the press conference, Gallooni went back to the police station, and with the help of a state trooper, they began sorting through the massive cabinets full of files on Lisa's case. They put together a list of every person of interest who had previously refused to give a DNA sample. And they were able to narrow it down to 11 suspects who fit the phenotype profile who didn't give their DNA sample. At that point, Gallooni pulled together all the evidence that he had against those 11 people, and he used it to secure warrants, forcing each of them to actually give their DNA. But before those DNA results even came back, Gallooni got a very unexpected phone call. And as he listened to the voice on the other end, his heart began to pound. Because he knew, after, 2.5 decades here, he finally knew exactly who had killed Lisa Ziegert.
Oh my God, it's the guy with the stash. It's the guy with the stash.
Based on a written confession and DNA evidence, This is what police believe happened to Lisa Ziegert on April 15th, 1992.
Dude, I was like a week old. Yeah.
Around 8:30 p.m., the killer parked in the alley behind Brittany's card and gift shop. Then they walked around to the front of the store and hid behind a car and stared in the window and just watched Lisa. The killer had always been fascinated by abduction and bondage ever since they were young. And they had done their best to try to, keep those fantasies inside and not act on them. But when they had met Lisa, it was like their urges became just too powerful to control. So on this night, when they saw Lisa disappear.
What the fuck? It's like, hey, how's it going? I know we just met and all, but my urges.
Here into the store's back room. The killer, steeled themselves and took a deep breath and stormed into the shop, just as they had imagined doing for so long. They had thought about this and fantasized about what this would be like, and now it was actually happening. And so they ambushed Lisa with a knife right as she was walking out of that back room, and they kind of grabbed her and wrapped their arm around her neck, and they sort of stumbled into the back room, and Lisa, she began fighting back, and so they're struggling, and they knocked over that huge pile of cardboard boxes, and at some point Lisa tried to wrestle the knife out of the killer's grip, but after this intense struggle, the killer gained the upper hand and dragged her out the back door and into the alley. They shoved her into their vehicle and then drove a mile down the road and turned onto a dirt path that led into the woods. And then after they drove for a while, they reached a secluded spot in the forest, at which point they stopped, they pulled Lisa out of the back of the car, they threw her to the ground, and then they sexually assaulted her. And then after they were done, they stabbed her to death. And then they just left her.
What the fuck,
and they got back in their vehicle and they drove away. By the time the killer got back to their own home, they were still...
Like, how the fuck does somebody fucking think, like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go and do that, and then...
buzzing with adrenaline. I mean, this was every bit as incredible as they thought it would be. However, when they actually walked into their house and they heard a familiar female voice calling out from the other room asking where they'd been, the killer looked down and suddenly realized there were cuts all over their hands. But at this point, it was too late to do anything about these cuts. Like, if they left to go clean up, they would just seem really suspicious to the woman in the next room. So the killer just took a deep breath and continued into their own house, hoping, she wouldn't notice the cuts and piece together the awful truth. The killer's name was Gary Shera, and he was a young man who's only...
Who the fuck even was this guy? Like, what? What the fuck? Dude, he wasn't even mentioned in here, and... I don't know. He doesn't really look like the sketch.
Connection to Lisa was that he had been a customer at the gift store where she worked. And so, the police had sort of begun the investigation with this idea that this really couldn't have been a random attack of sorts. But in reality, it sort of was. Police believe that just a few weeks before the murder, Shera had visited the shop just to buy a music box for his wife. Like, that actually was the reason he was going. It was not to scout for a victim. He just went into the store to buy this gift. But when he saw Lisa working there, he sort of immediately became obsessed with her. And then that obsession ultimately turned into murder. In January of 1993, Shera's wife, who was the woman in the other room who called out to him asking where he had been on the night of Lisa's murder, she, the wife, ultimately called in a tip suggesting that her husband might have been involved in this murder. But the police decided the tip was not credible because Shera's wife was, one, an alcoholic, and two, Shera and his wife were in the middle of this heated divorce. And so it seemed like this could be revenge. And then also remember, there were all these other women calling in, basically suggesting their husband was the killer. So this is like one of many, and they had to filter some of them out. This one got filtered out. So ultimately, Shera's name sort of got buried amid the hundreds of other suspects until 25 years later, when police served him a warrant for a DNA sample. He was one of those 11 people who fit the phenotype who had not given a sample. And realizing he was about to get caught, he left his girlfriend a letter confessing to the murder and actually tried to end his own life, but he survived. Following his failed attempt to take his own life, Gary Shera was tracked down at the hospital and arrested on September 16th, 2017. 2 years later, he pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
Murdered in fucking prison, dude. I hope they murdered his ass. Fuck that guy.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments.
I hope they fucking bounced his head on the floor until his brain made his head go. I heard that hurts a lot. I heard they do that a lot to like child rapists and shit. That's so crazy. All right, have your stuff. Or actually, no, let's just play this game. Sorry, I'm gonna take a little break. That was a lot to process. All right, yeah. Oh, god damn it. Oh god damn it, dude. Wait, I thought it was like that, like that. Oh fuck.
Over here!
Fucking just pause. What the fuck? Hold on. There we go. Cool.
You. Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Señorita has a name and it's Ashley.
Hold on. Okay.
Works
Sweet.
against the two of us. Oh, and let's not forget. This guy is made up of monsters. You're done warming up? Hope you stretch.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
What is up with this? Hold on. God. Fucking keyboard. Gonna have to use the keyboard. Shit. Okay. I made it out. Holy shit. I don't even know how to fucking. Oops. I don't need anything else. Oh my god, no. Uh-oh. I'm screwed now, dude. What? I like doing these things. What the fuck? Yeah. Well, this sucks.
That one's free!
Fuck.
No me jodas.
What the fuck, dude? This is all bad, bro. What is up with this controller, man?
¡Forasteros! Over here! Words of them against two of us. Oh. This mob is made up of monsters. Done warming up? Hope you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
Light it up, cowboy.
You're serious. Come on. Dude, no way, bro.
No me jodas.
Holy shit. man. Oh my god.
Over here! Hordes of them against two of us. Oh, and that's not... This one is made up of monsters. Hope you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
Imagine now, cowboy.
I'll take this one! Good teamwork. One down. This should hold for a while.
It'll help! Do something, would ya? Nice move!
Oh, dude, yeah.
Oh, no me jodas.
So bad at this.
Over here! Against two of us. Oh, and let's not forget, this fog is made up of monsters. You done warming up? Hope you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
Lighten up, cowboy.
Out of the way.
That one's free! Keep coming.
Oh god. How did he fucking wind up that hard, bro? Jesus Christ. God damn it, dude. Oh, he's a fucking shot in that, dude. Take all the worst.
This should hold for a while. This one's good. I've been waiting, hero boy. At the moment. Hey, our guests are thinking rude. So much for service to this man, huh? I guess bullets was just as well. Got it.
Okay, thank you. God damn.
Leon! This
Holy
way, hurry!
shit. God damn. Ashley, thank you. Fuck. Christ. Big brain play, Leon. Coming in with the big brain play.
Ashley.
What's happening to me?
Ashley, is this the first time you've coughed on blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood, is caused by something called plaga. Okay. You saw those.
This dude reminds me of,
right?
like,
But you have the
my
same
bro from
thing
Mexico.
inside you. The same thing that made them like that. This, what you're experiencing, these symptoms, they're only the beginning.
I don't want to become like them.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with a surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. And oh yeah, the right equipment.
Wait, you two?
No worries. See, I have a plan. But you're going to have to trust me. Great, we're partners then.
Hey, why are you...
No time for any questions. The clock is ticking.
Why are you helping us?
Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that. I will contact you later. Hey, got a smoke?
I do. The kind you like. Now where's the amber?
Unfortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, huh, Ada? Okay, then. I'll go get it now. How about that? And I do have something else I need to get, too.
This is Roost. I've got some bad news, Condor One. With the weather like this, the chopper can't make its approach. Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative. Too dangerous. We're gonna get out of here and find someplace safe.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more to help.
Don't worry about it. We'll swim home if we have to. Condor 1, out. Let's go.
What's gonna happen to me?
Right now. Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Yeah, right.
got some new items in stock. Come take a look. Welcome. I got something new for you. You'll get some bang for your buck, I guarantee it. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. I'll buy it at a high price. Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save your life. Ah, that there's a real boomstick, mate. It will reduce your target to a bloody pulp. If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. We like our herbs, we do. Heal a man, kill a man, they do it all. Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right. I'll buy almost anything. Information is a commodity these days. That cash in your pocket, come back anytime. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you. Pleasure doing business with you. I'll buy almost anything. Thank you. Anything. Don't get yourself killed now.
No.
This is a direct order from Lord Sadler himself. Convert the area beyond this point into a defensive position so that no intruders may pass. I am willing to make any and all sacrifices for the sake of a righteous faith. My devout believers, build me an impregnable fortress and make sure any heathen foolish enough to trespass pays for their wicked sins in blood. Hey, I passed the treasure. Oh, sick, dude. Okay.
Not looking so good. We've got company. Keep moving, but quietly. Got it?
Okay. I'll try.
¿Dónde estáis? ¡Sé que estáis ahí! ¿Dónde estáis? ¡Sé que estáis ahí! ¿Dónde estáis? ¡Sé que estáis ahí!
Spread out. Stick close!
Okay.
Go back already, goddamn. Two color bonus, sweet. So we've been. he's in the bear trap? No way, dude. Dumbass. How did I miss again, bro? What? Ah. Man, I was making my family look bad right there, dude. Sorry, Uncle Tom. Sorry, Uncle Richard. Sorry, Uncle Steve. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Dad. What the? Wait. Wait a second. No way. Wait, what the? Dude. My land navigation isn't too shabby either. Fuck. Just all looks the same to me, like in a video game sometimes. I don't know. Somebody else. Oh, that's purple?
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
I love purple, man.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. A deal well struck.
Dude, I wish I could just buy regular bullets and stuff.
Oh, my back. Oh, why come back any time?
We're doing this.
Bitch, dude. Oh my god, a bull, dude, really? Fuck you. Fuck you, bull. I'm on fire, bitch.
Ashley!
No! Fuck, man. God damn it, I ain't got it.
Ashley!
Oh, he's not there. Holy
Ashley!
You got a fucking arm on you. It's like 60 yards.
Ashley, are you alright?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Just got hit by a couple Molotovs, no biggie. Damn, come on, where's the small resources? Where's the Oh, no, 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 no. Hold on.
¡Agarradlos! ¡Eso duele, putos cabrones!
God damn it, dude. 2 hits. Chalice of Atonement. That sounds fancy, huh? I want to get something like this just to drink out of. When company comes over, I'll say, "How do you like my Chalice of Atonement? You want to drink from it? Oh, sorry, you can't. It's mine." like a douchebag, you know. It's like, oh yeah, my chalice. Some real gold. Hell yeah. A cup dedicated to those toiling for their past transgressions. There are 3 rectangular recesses around it. Can be inlaid with certain gemstones. I think So I think there's like a bigger bonus if you put 3 the same. Trail bonus is 1.4, so that's like 22, right? So hold on. We do this one. Dual bonus is 1.2. Yeah, so crap now. But yeah, that's 918. 20. That would have been. What if you did? It's the same thing. Huh. Okay. Wow.
Sure is quiet.
¡Sé que estáis ahí! Podéis correr, pero no os ¡ahí están!
All right.
Podéis correr, pero no os podéis esconder. Oh.
Won't open. Hide.
What? Okay.
Great. Laser chainsaws now?
Sorry, didn't realize that was yours. I am flattered, but I'm a one-lady type of guy.
Yeah, come on. Fuck me. Oh god, oh, you too. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I change it to hardcore? That would be cool. Tight formation. Guys, we're gonna go with that. Dude. Like the movies. Fucking South Park. What the fuck? What the hell was that anyways? Oh, it's a handle. Okay. Can't catch me. Can't catch me.
It's locked. Stay here.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Let me just do all this.
I am flattered, but I'm a one-lady type of guy. Present for you.
Oh, this is where.
Stay here.
What? Okay.
Sick. Oh, hell yeah. 555. Do you know where your children's are? Oh gosh, man. Sweet. So it doesn't let me go all the way back to Merch Man. Merch Man.
I am flattered, but I'm a one-lady type of guy. Sorry.
Really? 3 hand grenades. No.
Sorry, you're not my type. Alright. That was not easy. Yeah.
There's nothing underneath. Crank that soldier, boy.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. I guess.
You did well back there. Seems this isn't your first time running from creeps.
I can't tell if that's meant to be a compliment.
All right, come on.
Okay.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, he's like 17.
Leon!
Soul requires cleansing.
Oh my god, no way.
Come
child. Ashley, run!
You're shitting me, dude.
Hurry! Do not interfere.
Holy fuck, hold on, he's gonna want it.
Enough.
Two hit me. Fuck. Can you imagine that if you could die by being punched twice? Fuck, man. Band-Aids won't be affected by any of your attacks. Oh, you won't? Thanks. That's cool. That just turned around on me.
Alright.
I only need one bullet.
Okay.
Ashley! Hurry!
Alright, we're just gonna stick there. Come on, come on, come on. What the fuck? Yo, guys.
Close your eyes. Don't worry about them.
Oh, fuck, run over here. Get away from that. Oh, fuck. Oh,
This way.
No, spank him. Dude, what the fuck? I thought he was just gonna go. That was jiggle physics, dude.
All right, come on.
Okay.
Ashley.
He just takes the fucking and just like nothing. Swat.
Hurry!
Oh fuck! What the fuck? Yo.
Don't worry about them.
Dude, one shot and I'm gonna get this. Oh my god, no way, what? No.
This way.
Oh, watch out.
Okay?
I'm stuck.
We need to go. You're kidding me.
I'm good.
Then run. Closer.
Oh my god. What up, Indigo? Thanks for coming in, yo. I'm playing some Resident Evil 4. Dude. Oh, you have no audio. Right on. Sweet. Okay, well, here, let me see if I'll talk to you like this. Glad you're good, dude. I'm good, yo. Just playing. Hell yeah. Holy shit, I'm gonna die, dude. Hell yeah. Oh shoot, which way do we go? Wait, what's this? Handgun ammo. Let's go this way. Hell yeah, dude.
Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
Mm-hmm. Finally. Fuck yeah, dude. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, nothing but the finest wares. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Oh, a deal well struck. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe by the
Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. All my wares are in tip-top shape. You're a man of good taste. A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill. There you are, as you wished. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes. Well then, what can I do you for?
Joe, sweet. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah.
Come back anytime.
I love that emoji. That's so cool. Or emote, whatever. Health coverage from vipers. Large resources. Okay. To the slaughterhouse.
Be careful.
Fucking way. Really?
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon your body to the will of our God.
You're a shooting missionary. You know that.
Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies.
Son of a bitch! Ashley, run!
Okay.
Hasta luego.
God, I thank you for your gift.
Oh shit, no way.
You want to get ugly?
Oh my god, dude. He looks
Let's
like
get ugly.
Tectone. Fuck me. Defeat Mendes. Oh, fuck. Come on. Holy shit, what am I doing?
To think you could be this foolish.
hunting days are over.
They sure are, aren't they, Leon? They sure are. You tell him. You fucking tell him, guy. He was a professional tap dancer, too. You know he was. You know that guy. That man was a professional tap dancer. I did a bit of tap dancing back in the day. And then I became a mutant monster. Shit, what the fuck, dude? Fuck you. Alright.
Fuck, dude. Hey! Watch where you're swinging those things. Running out of options, huh?
Oh my god, bro. What the hell? Oh, the fire killed me? No way. Oh, man, dude. Shit. Hold on. I have to go real fast. I'll be right back. Do, 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 do. What's up, bro? What up, buddy? My nephew's watching. I just woke him up to get ready for school. Now he can see me get my butt kicked. Wait, where are we going?
Be careful.
Here we go. Dang, dude.
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon
I found this at the store. I can't believe I found it because it's so old. I used to like smell that all the time.
Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies.
Son of a bitch! Ashley, run!
Okay.
Hasta luego.
God, I thank you for your gift.
You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly.
Behold.
Oh my god, dude.
To think you was foolish.
Oh god, no. Shit. Crap. Oops. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, no way I didn't know I could do this. Shit, here we go. Wow. Ah. Fuck, dude.
You move quick for such a big bastard.
Wait, what is it? Another one? Hell yeah. Wait, I'm down here.
Guess your tap dancing days are over. Back at ya.
Oh no, that ain't gonna happen. Fudge, dude. Uh-oh, man.
Running out of options, huh?
What the hell? Oh, dude. Didn't know I was on fire, man. Shit. That's... Oh. Gosh, dude.
Be careful.
Ta-da-ta-da.
Leon!
Oh. Fucking fire. Good God. Oh, come on. Come on, dude. I'm walking backwards. You're over.
Running out of options, huh? Take this! You shall perish.
Oh my god, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh shit, go, 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 go. What up, Saint Horizon? Oh shit, I thought oh no, dude. I'm gonna die. Let me see. Oh, no.
Our father, Lord Sadler, is chosen.
Come on. Oh yeah.
There shall be no remission for your sins.
Oh shoot.
Leon!
Oh yeah. Oh, Ashley's a real one. Break the window.
Leon! Quick! This place is coming down!
Oh damn. Escape from the slaughterhouse. Well, is there any treasure first? Oh, his fight. Okay.
Give my regards to your god.
Oh, that was cold, dude. That was cold, bro.
Leon, hurry!
Hey, guys. Oh, no. Leon's such a stud, dude. USA.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Oh my god, dude. I heard a noise.
This fire's bound to catch their attention. Let's keep moving.
Oh yeah,
I'm
sweet,
not gonna
dude.
turn into one of them,
Thank
right?
you.
I won't let that happen. I promise.
Alright, let's see. I've had some treasures. Accessory. Hair color red. Cool. Gold token. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Sick. Emeralds. Let me guess if the shitty's gonna happen. Oh, this is where we get into the... Yep.
What's going on?
Well, at least you don't have to worry about being followed. Come on.
That's what you think. Leon, silly. seen their name on. Oh, never mind. Caden. Died 6 times, man. Those damn chainsaw ladies.
Hola, Luis here. You guys still around?
Well, I wanted to go home, but Ashley just had to see this castle first.
Perfect, because I have a present I want to give you. Medicine that will help to suppress the progress of your problem.
Where do we go?
Let's see. Come to the courtyard inside of the castle. We can meet up there. Ciao.
Bella Ciao, Bella
All right,
Ciao,
Ashley.
Bella Ciao, Ciao,
Luis
Ciao,
just
Ciao.
said.
I got it. Guess we better get going.
Vintage compass. Pretty cool, man. Sweet.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
Why can't I just murder this guy and take all his stuff?
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate.
Oh, dude, I heard the blacktail is
Why
pretty
not
sweet.
try your hand at a new gun,
140.
stranger? Might
Precision's
save your
420.
life.
Oh, that is a sign. Okay. Stingray. Okay, semi-automatic rifle capable of rapid fire. Dude, it starts out at 330.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
God dang, dude.
All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you.
What the hell? Magnum ammo by the broken butterfly and get this free. Oh, dude. Allows you to craft magnum ammo using resources and gunpowder. Okay. I'm not falling for that rocket launcher again, dude. That was like, what? You get one bullet. Buy some of these. Broken butterfly. Okay, 30% off, dude. Power's 15.
Not seen anything you like, stranger?
Oh wow, dude. This thing's balling.
A deal well struck.
A meticulously crafted artificial eye made of ceramic for selling only. Okay.
Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make.
Whoops.
Time is money, mate. Stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny for that.
Okay, let's get the blacktail.
You'll get some. That's an exemplary firearm right there, stranger. Not the best, sure, but she'll make you an ideal companion.
Cool.
I see you have an eye for things. Gun's not just about shooting, it's about reloading. You'll know what I'm talking about. Go on, take this as well. Free of charge. Information is a commodity these days. Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save you. Come back. At any time. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? This gun turns heads into pumpkins, mate. Take this for a rampage through the patch. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life. There you are, as you wished. Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend.
Damn.
What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate.
Dang, I need one more. Oh, crap.
Will that be your pleasure? Isn't trapped. Welcome. Thank you. If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Anything else I can help you with? All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Don't get yourself killed now.
Courtyard's gotta be through that gate. Don't think our hosts are gonna roll out the red carpet.
What is that? I'm guessing it's not for decoration.
Damn.
Crossbows, huh? Something tells me they don't want to be friends. Things just keep getting better.
What are they?
Shh. Keep your voice down.
60. Full tank. 90. 21. Damn, dude.
Muerte!
Holy.
All right.
Ahí están. Matadlo.
Okay, you're good.
Okay. You got it!
I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome. They keep coming. You hurt?
I'm good, thanks.
No good. Ashley! You okay?
Yeah.
Ashley! Damn! It's locked. Looks like we'll have to get creative.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Won't open.
Those blue medallions have been strung up around the castle by those crazy zealots. They're a damn eyesore. Someone get them out of my sight.
Look at you.
No way. No way, man. Yo, usually I have to shoot him like 7 times just to hit one. Wait, wait. Can you drop down here?
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Dude, I gotta go find those fucking
times, mate.
thingies, those medallions. Hmm. Hmm. Damn, dude, what? This just got to be the wrong one. Oh my god, bro. This sucks.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Next time, then. Welcome. Hi. Times, mate.
Damn, dude. Dude, it's like hanging from a tree, but I can't see it way up there. Like what? Dude, where the hell is it? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Damn it, dude. What? Damn, dude. I'm not seeing this shit. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, oh, wow. Shit, man.
Why not treat yourself? Ooh, you have the stench of battle on you, mate.
All right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna end it there, guys. Sweet. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. Thanks, Flu, for the raid again. Indigo, thank you. Saint Horizon, what's up, man? Anime. And everybody else, yeah. Thanks, guys. Let me see. There we go. Oh man, what? Trying to fucking find it. How do I do it? God dang. Damn, man, this is so much more complicated than I want it to be right now. Fuck. Do 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 do. Let me check again. Damn, bro. Oh, what the hell? What the hell, dude? Why can't I do this? Gosh. Fuck. There. Holy shit. I was like, come on. Hell yeah, let's do it. Yeah, thank you guys. I love you guys. Peace. Oh, dude, it was awesome.